Thank you. That's good. Two. What I see.
Break if you need to take from your side.
Oh my gosh. We got another minute to go. You can talk for a minute.
So these are groups what I created.
Okay. And
I'm here.
over here. Click down there. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to everyone here. It's just amazing and wonderful to see a full room today. If you would join me with the flag salute, please stand. Ready? Salute. Okay, we hear a lot of clanking going on. Ms. Bowen, would you please take roll call?
Okay. President Masamoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson? Present. Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Pride? Here. Member Rogan?
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. We'll move on to our communications for inspiration. Subbing for Jenny is Mary Ellen Galvin.
Afternoon. May is a special time when we recognize our educators during Teacher Appreciation Week and honor our employees during Classified School Employee Week. These are the dedicated individuals whose work helps strengthen our schools, support our mission, and create opportunities for students and families across Fresno County. Their impact is often felt through quiet acts of service, compassion, and collaboration. The success of our schools and FCSS is built on people who show up each day with purpose and heart. This afternoon, we thank them for the incredible difference they make in our communities and across FCSS.
Thank you.
We do owe a huge debt of gratitude to every single staff member that works for this organization and beyond. We appreciate that. Our student representative, Tara Cavazos, please give us an update on operating packets.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Cantwell Coker, President Dr. Masamoto, Vice President Kimberly Tapscott Munson, and the distinguished members of the board for this opportunity to represent not only CTEC High School, but all students within Fresno County. This has truly been both a pleasure and a tremendous growth experience for me throughout the year. With that being said, it is now time for me to give my final report to you. The learning at CTEC High has been on full display over the past 2 weeks, with tonight's sophomore showcase serving as the culmination of our showcase season. Last week, our seniors opened the showcase by presenting the skills they have developed over the past 4 years and demonstrating how those skills experiences have prepared them for the careers and futures they intend to pursue. On Tuesday night, our juniors explored the question, how do systems of access and exclusion shape opportunities in America? On Wednesday night, our freshmen showcased the skills they have gained using shop tools while answering the questions, how can we utilize language, science, and design to communicate ideas and create an impact in the music industry? Tonight, our sophomores will present around the question, how does innovation solve problems or create new ones? As a senior preparing for graduation, it has been incredibly rewarding to watch each grade level present and to see how years after year, students demonstrate expanded knowledge, stronger communication skills, and greater confidence in expressing their ideas and abilities. I know that as a student, I am not only ready for what tomorrow brings, but also excited for the next steps in my own growth as I continue my educational journey. Thank you again for this opportunity. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions as we close this chapter together.
So tell us where you're going next.
So I will start Fresno State fall semester and I will study psychology.
Fantastic.
Any other questions? The time tonight for tonight's showcase. All of you folks, if you haven't been to one of their showcases, you really need to go because this is the last one of the year and it's amazing. The time is 6 o'clock. All right. Be there, be square. Great. Tara, thank you so much. We're so proud of you and so grateful for your service to our board. I think we've got a little something for you.
And we just want to say we are so proud of you. You have stood in the second step after your brother with excellence and grace and poise and sophistication. And you just took up the role and made it your own. And you've done such a beautiful job of representation. You've made us so very proud. And we're so excited to see what comes next for you because you are an amazing young lady. And we are so very proud. And go forth. Accomplish all that you can and desire. Bring your talents back to our county and pour into our children. And we love you. We're so proud of you. Thank you. Yes.
We are so proud. Okay. We feel like you helped watch her grow up.
Yeah.
She has been our student representative, and we would be remiss if we didn't give a little credit to Mom and Dad.
Indeed.
Really amazing.
Indeed.
Jacob, who was our student rep, you've done a beautiful job. Your poise, your accomplishment, watching you succeed and learn and grow so much in the last few years has just been a pure joy for us. I think each of us feel a little bit parental, right? We've been a part of this along for the road. This is a beautiful picture of you with many, I think you have cards. Yes.
Indeed.
Indicating all of your success and lots of messages of well wishes for your success in the future. So, on behalf of all of us, this entire board, we're just so very proud of you.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
We are.
If you'd like to shake hands with all of our board members, I think they enjoy them.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Phones in the car.
So proud of you. Looking forward to hearing more of what happens.
We're gonna miss you. Let me see. We didn't get to see you. Oh.
Very nice. Mom and Dad, fantastic job. Do you have any more?
Yes.
Okay, great. Before me. Fantastic job. I know it took a lot of self-sacrifice. Great job, parents.
Okay, moving on to our agenda. Are there any additions or corrections or changes to today's agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Pride, second by Tapscott Munson. Roll call, please.
President Masamoto.
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Rovak.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to approval of minutes. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Burton, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robles. Roll call vote, please.
President Masumoto.
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Wide.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Motion carries. Let's move on to some of the fun stuff. Where are we? I'm right here. It's Mary Ellen again to share with us news about our new employee of the month.
Today, we honor Genaro Heredia, site lead in Safe and Healthy Kids, as the Employee of the Month for May 2026. As site lead at Parlier High School, Genaro always finds ways to bring more students into the program and keep them involved while working with a diverse population with varying needs. He understands his students and meets them where they are, which has helped the program grow and remain strong. Genaro puts a lot of thought into how activities are planned and how students are engaged, making sure they feel included, supported, and motivated. He is excellent at communicating with students, school staff, and partners, which makes collaboration easier and helps the program run smoothly. Genaro's work ethic stands out. He is intentional with program resources to ensure students have access to high-quality, meaningful opportunities. One of his outstanding projects has been organizing a Mexican music group consisting of students learning key regional Mexican instruments, led by local musicians and vendors. Other popular offerings include field trips to provide students with opportunities to try new experiences and hands-on STEM activities, such as the 3D Printing Club, Laser Club, and Computer Building Program. Genaro, your commitment shows every day through the effort you put into making noticeable, positive differences for students. Congratulations.
Genaro, we are so proud of you. By the way, I realize you might not know what you're into, how this works for the next few seconds. Walked into something you didn't know what to expect, right? Each of us would like to congratulate you, and then we'll give you a chance to say a word or two. So you just have to sit still, and it's very uncomfortable to get all this love poured over on you. But let me just tell you that I had planned to be a part of your surprise moment at Parlier High School. Last minute, weird flat tire, and I couldn't go. So I texted my friend, Superintendent Inigas, Dr. Inigas, and he ran over because he knew you so well. He knew that you were part of the new Parlier, that all of the excitement and all of the growth and all of the accomplishment that Parlier's feeling and experiencing right now has a lot to do with members of the team like you. And the fact that he and I both felt equally proud of your accomplishment and your service and your commitment to our students at the high school. By the way, I think you may be one of our first site leads at the high school level to be acknowledged, because I think it may be harder to motivate and inspire high schoolers. I think it's true. So you're very, 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 very good at your job. But I want to tell you that Dr. Inigas was so excited about your success and your moment, your surprise moment that we can see up there on the screens, that he sent me probably 15 pictures. The whole time you were being celebrated, he was keeping me informed about everything, because you're that special to the superintendent and to our students and everybody in between. So on behalf of all of us and our team here from Safe and Healthy Kids, congratulations. Thank you for representing us so well and being part of the lives and the histories and the memories of our students at Parlier. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I mean, hopefully you can tell us a little bit about your background, because I think sometimes like learning a little bit about what your upbringing was and kind of your inspiration, your education, I know helps shape what you do in your profession. I do want to commend you for bringing culture to the high school, and I know we see it from our parents and but sometimes it can get a little bit lost in how, our high school experience is because you're most of the time trying to fit in. So I love the fact that you get to bring that love for the culture of Mexican music and exposing the students to those types of instruments. Because I think a lot of us, we learn how to dance, but we don't learn how to play the instruments that show us how to dance. But anyways, I want to commend you for going above and beyond and keep up the great work. This is well deserved and keep, influencing our kiddos at earlier. So thank you, Genaro.
I echo what she says, and it's a real special position that you're in at a high school to be there for health and safety kids, and you're often the first go-to person when one of the pupils has, I don't want to say kids because they're almost adults, has a problem. And they're usually kind of serious problems, but when at that age group when they come to you, and I like the fact that you're focusing on STEM things for kids. Just get them involved at that level of fun academia, and you're a huge asset to that high school out there. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Hernaro, thank you for what you're doing out in Parlier. Small community that people, I think, sometimes don't even realize is out there. But it is. Some of us live very close to it, who are on this board. I have a few friends that have lived out there. And, seeing items like they've talked about Mexican music groups, but I think about like 3D printing, lasers, and computer building. And what that does for people. It's not just that they're learning that skill, it helps people how they think. It teaches them to think differently about the skills they have and what they can do, because there are things that maybe they're not exposed to. I wasn't exposed to 3D printing, lasers, or building a computer when I was in school. I have friends who were, but not me. And so kind of helping people understand that, these are how different items work. And I think of with music, I don't know how other people think of music. I always think of music as a second language because it's like I don't speak notes. I don't know what notes are. I don't play an instrument. So to me, it's like a foreign language. So it's like one more skill people can get that helps them in the way that they process items, the way they see items, and how they do it. That helps them along with their education. So thank you for what you're doing there in Parlier.
Tomorrow.
Thank you so much for all that you do for our students in Parlier. You can look at the photo and you can see the faces of the students and the impact that you're having upon them, and reaching into a small community and being that role model that our students need, that they may not have in their home, they may not have in their community, and need on their campus. We thank you for stepping up and being that male role model for all these students and keeping our kids safe and happy. Thank you for all that you do.
And I'll wrap it up as your neighbor. I live in Delray. Delray has Parlier envy right now because things in Parlier are really rocking and rolling. And I've been at many of the events. I believe I've probably seen your musicians perform. What's happening out there is really remarkable. And I know it takes a village. It takes a whole team. I'm going to assume you've got some others around here. I think we've got somebody in the back from Parlier Unified, that they're here to celebrate you. I also want to acknowledge your father. We're so proud of your son and the work that he does for us. The kids that he served are as deserving as any other kids in the county.
That's right.
And we're so grateful that he's chosen to commit his time and his skills to those kids, to our kids, all of our kids. It doesn't get better than that, just enjoy the moment. I think our team here is here to celebrate you today, and you're celebrating the kids and everybody else. So thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do. We're grateful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Just wanted to start off by saying that I was truly surprised with this news. Last week, when everyone surprised me at work, I was confused because my birthday is not until 6 months from now. That's pretty crazy. So this surprise recognition as Employee of the Month was genuinely unexpected, but certainly something I'm grateful for. You know, I'm just the guy who tries to get students to show up and stay engaged in this program. Serving as site lead for the expanded learning program at Perler High has been one of the most rewarding things I have ever done. In almost 2 years with FCSS, I've been surrounded by people who genuinely care, not just about doing a job, but about making a real difference in the lives of students and families. That energy is contagious and it pushes me every single day. My whole thing has always been simple: to meet students where they are. Every kid who walks through our doors has their own story, their own struggles, and their own potential, and I never lose sight of that. I just want our students to know and feel that they belong, and I also like building up my team to be that someone who sees them and believes in them too. So when students feel that way and they show up, and when they show up, amazing things happen. So also, none of this happens alone though. I am incredibly grateful for the staff, community partners, principals, or my principal and the admin team, our ELP coordinator, Mr. Javier Martinez, who's here, and my amazing project specialist, Jesus and Lucas, and everyone at SCSS behind the scenes who makes this work possible. It truly takes all of us. I'm also grateful for my beautiful wife, Stephanie, who's also here. Behind every good day at work, she is someone who keeps me grounded and reminds me why I do what I do. I am also blessed to have my dad as the best role model I could have, and then my loving and hardworking mom who watches over me from heaven. My biggest support system are my family, and I couldn't do it without all of them. And to the young people at Perler High, you are the reason I do this. You push me, you inspire me, and you remind me every day why this work matters. And to everyone who has supported me along the way that I might not have mentioned, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It is an honor to serve this community. And I promise to keep showing up for every single student who needs someone in their corner. Thank you all so much for this recognition.
Congratulations.
Got 2 years.
2 years, that's all you
Are you
did?
from Parlor?
Yeah, I've been there a
You
while.
lived in Parlor.
But you've been with us for 2 years.
Come down.
Almost 2 years in August.
Look at the impact you've made already. That's amazing.
Congratulations.
Can you invite his dad up?
You want
His dad, yeah.
You want
Come on, Daddy. Come on, Daddy.
Yes.
And 3. See, you can move this way. Perfect. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, yes.
I'm just enjoying these honorees that are from my area, so proud of you.
Board President.
Okay, let's see, moving on to our Superintendent Superstar. Did I miss something? No? Ms. Bell, please.
It is our absolute honor to recognize Adriana Gonzalez Ornelas. Ornelas, thank you for the correction, is our May Superintendent Superstar. Adriana truly embodies what it means to be a shining star at Sanger West. She consistently demonstrates determination, leadership, and a positive spirit in all that she does. Adriana arrives early, stays late, and gives her best each day while balancing academics and a wide range of extracurricular activities. As a founding member of Sanger West Special Olympics, Adriana helped build opportunities for students while demonstrating her commitment to involvement and leadership. What makes Adriana especially remarkable is the way she goes above and beyond her day with a constant smile, a positive attitude, and a joyful presence that brightens her campus. She brings happiness to those around her and has a special way of making others feel valued. Through her work with the Hornet Hive Cafe, Adriana takes on meaningful responsibilities, including managing equipment, taking inventory, and delivering meals and drinks throughout her campus. She has also become a mentor to other students in her class, helping them learn tasks, build confidence, and grow toward their full potential. With each cafe delivery, she brings not only service, but also warmth and kindness, leaving the staff smiling. She is also a proud Special Olympics athlete who recently competed in badminton and an active member of the school's esports team, where she has built strong connections and a sense of community. During her senior exit interview, Adriana spoke proudly about her how do you say that, Adriana? Westpectation. Got it, all right. Her involvement in workability and her future dreams. Her confidence, work ethic, leadership, and uplifting spirit have made a lasting impression on the Sanger West community. Congratulations, Adriana.
Adriana, you get to stand right there. We're going to say a word or two to acknowledge you, and we love that you're standing up at the lectern. It's like you're ready for the world. It's wonderful. And you have Mrs. Winkler with you. She's very special, isn't she? Yes, yes. Well, we are so pleased. As we spoke earlier, there are 205,000 students in Fresno County schools, 350 schools. So many kiddos. And you are our very special single student we're recognizing. And I love the special story I heard from your superintendent, Dr. Wickman, that he was invited to select one student in his whole school district. There are many, many students in Sanger. And he immediately thought of you. And when he thought of you, he also had a special place in his head about your accomplishments and his heart about the impact you've left on his campus. So it makes us very, very proud to be able to recognize you. Mrs. Winkler said that you are like the mother hen all over Central West, or Sanger West. I love that part. She also used the word empathy to describe you, and that's so beautiful because that is a characteristic that's really rare among young people. And yet here you are being recognized for being very empathetic to others, adults and fellow students. So we are so honored to be able to acknowledge you as our Student of the Month. And in just a moment, we'll all say a word or two to congratulate you. And then it will be so much fun for us to have a chance to hear from Mrs. Winkler and your Vice Principal possibly and Dr. Wickman. And by the way, for everyone that's up here, Mom has a translator with us. Ms. Brenda Lopez is helping with a little bit of translation. So we'll pause if we need to at any point. Okay, you let us know. Okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah, Adriana, thank you for what you're doing there at Sanger West. I kind of liked it when you corrected your last name, actually. I just spent a couple weeks in Spain explaining to people that my last name is Bruton, not Burton, so that they could spell it. And so it reminded me of that. And with what you're doing there at Sanger West, of really establishing Special Olympics there, participation in that, and what that means for other students. There's not usually a lot of students who participate in the Special Olympics at schools. And so it's very important that we have that focus on inclusion of those students. I think there's several things that happen here in the Valley that people don't even know. Like we had the state swim meet, and there's Paralympic events at the state swim meet. And I didn't know that this year until I went there, and I was like, whoa, they have Paralympic activities here at the swim meet, and bringing awareness to that in the Special Olympics there, and working with the Hornet Hive Cafe. I assume that that's the delivery of items to teachers that they order, not to students.
Yes.
And really the responsibility that you guys take on with that, and what that brings to the teachers, that they get their coffee in the morning, I'm sure is probably a big order. Cool. And good luck with what your future brings for you. And I'm sure at the end we're going to ask what do you plan on doing. So plan for that question. Here when we get to the end, we're going to ask that. So other than that, thank you very much.
Anna, we are so pleased to have you in our boardroom today. I had the pleasure of meeting you upon arrival, and we got you in. You were so calm and cool and collected. She was just happy to be here, and corrected your name. Names are very important. It's very important that you pronounce our names correctly. Names have stewardship and legacy behind them. So you continue to stand for yourself as you are, and continue to be a representative of grace, kindness, caring, and empathy, which you are showing now, which is why you were selected. And being a little mother hen, I think I've always been that person. Wherever I'm in, I'm always taking care of other people and delivering, smiling. When I worked in the corporate world, I made my counterparts coffee before I made mine. So to start the day off on a good foot. Other people will understand that. But you always think of others first. That's the caring and the empathy. You're taking care of your campus, you're taking care of the staff, you're delivering with a smile, and I know they appreciate that, because sometimes days can be tough, and we need to see a smile, a friendly smile, and you're providing that on your campus. So continue to shine, continue to be your authentic self, stand for yourself, you're brilliant, you can accomplish anything you want in life. Continue to strive, go forth, come back, bring your talents back, and serve our students. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at you plus others, but you're here, and amazed at your ability to grab issues, grab organizations, get it together, get students involved in it, and give positive feedback to students. That's huge. And to get them from someone that's their own age, that just speaks volumes on your ability to get things done. That's really what it amounts to. So therefore, that leads to my next question. What are you going to do now that you've done your exit interview out of the high school?
Go to Fresno State and probably look for a job at Starbucks.
She didn't say that. She said Starbucks. What are you going to concentrate in?
Oh, adult transition.
Oh, okay. Good for you. Good for you. Thank you. I want to thank you.
I think as we stand here, we represent our communities. One of the things that I look at is the word founding member, right? You are leading in something where you notice there was a gap, where you notice there was a need, you identified something that could be improved. And that says a lot, because that means you're going to leave a legacy, and that will hopefully remain after you leave. And that's how you're impacting change and changing the future for other students. I hope you continue that. I hope that, everywhere you go, you see where you can make an impact, a positive impact. And also, while you're so empathetic, thinking about what your goals are and what your future holds and what you want to do for yourself. Because if you're good and you're mentally good, healthy, and all of that, you're going to do even better for other communities. So I wish you the best. I know my colleagues said a lot of great things, and we're here to support. I think a lot of times we get really awesome students before us every month, and I always tell them, like, reach out for other opportunities, reach out to us for internship opportunities. We go beyond our seats here. Like, we do hold other professions where we could be useful to you in furthering your career. So take us up on that, and hopefully, you know, I get to see where you go and all the amazing things you're going to continue doing. So thank you.
My turn. I'll try to keep it short, but I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of the work that you've done leading the way at Sanger West. I was just a couple tables down from your superintendent at the senior exit interviews, and I'll bet you got to interview.
I missed her by 2.
Oh, you missed her by 2. Well, I must have missed her by 4 then. I don't know. Anyhow, but the senior exit interviews are really important, and the fact that you went through those exit interviews and you shared your expectations. I got my Hornet right here. I got it that day. I was so proud. The other thing that I imagine you and your friends are excited about is your new student commons, right? Where the new cafeteria, the new cafe, you're probably working in and out of that with your cafe duties. And that is so wonderful. I'm excited. Will you be participating in graduation?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to see you there, but then if you're going to be in our ATP program, we'll get to see you again when you graduate from ATP program. So we're excited about that you're going to continue your education with us and at Fresno State also. But we're so proud of you, and thank you. Muchas gracias, Mama. Thank you.
Are you ready to make your acceptance speech? Should we invite up your team with you, Mrs. Winkler and Dr. Wickman and your vice principal? Come on up, friends. You can stand right with her. And are you ready? Yeah. We're really proud of you.
Well, thank you for this honor for my school. And I am honored to receive this award for Sanger West High School, myself and my family and friends.
That's beautiful. Here.
Say a word or two.
Okay, Dr. Wickman, she gave you permission. Yeah. So
First of all, let's address it. No, thank you very much, and thank you for doing this. And as we were talking in the back with Dr. Campbell Coper, the ability of a superintendent to come in and be able to recommend a student. For those of you who know, I don't get through most of my speeches without having to stop and just kind of compose myself. And part of it is because we work in education and we have absolutely the best jobs in the world. We have the ability to see every single student's ability to contribute to the schools and to society. And so when the email came through to recognize one of our graduating seniors, and we have amazing students. You're going to meet another group of them very shortly. But Adriana was the first person that popped into my head. I have had the ability to watch her grow, go into her classes, and just be around campus and watch her ability to bring positive energy to other students and to come through, and it doesn't matter if I'm having a bad day and I see her, very similar to what you hear, if you're having a bad day going to a kindergarten class, you're going to feel good coming out. If I'm having a bad day and I happen to walk across Adriana and that smile and the picture that's going to come and the hug, her ability, I would put that up against anybody in any district, not only in Fresno County, but the state of California and the nation. We are extremely proud of you, and I am grateful that I was able to do your nomination.
Oh, yeah, that's Yeah, the vice principal want to make any comments? I mean.
Yes, I do refer to her as the mother hen. As they know this. So she likes to keep track of our other students on campus and make sure they're working also and getting their coursework turned in. She's been able to navigate a growing campus by herself independently. And also likes to make sure that some of her classmates get to class on time as well. I know that everybody says she greets people with smiles, but sometimes it's the eye roll that you just saw. Sometimes I roll her eyes at me, but that's okay. So extremely proud of how independent she's become, and we're looking forward to seeing how she progresses at ETP.
Beautiful, thank you.
Like Mr. Wickman, I'm gonna have to stop because she is a senior and she's part of the senior class that I've had for 4 years. My first 4 years. So she means so much to me, and for her to be recognized in this way, I recognize her every day this way. So I'm just incredibly proud of her. Thank you.
I told you all.
Tissue, where's the tissue? Where's the tissue? Where's the tissue?
Play next.
Here we go.
On the camera.
And then for those of you in the audience, she gets $500. So beautiful. I think it goes this way for the start. We're gonna set this right here, and we're taking it. And in just a moment, Fox 26 is going to interview her. So everything.
And come shake our hands. Come shake our hands. Adriana. Come shake our hands. Start with Brian.
You're good. No.
Congratulations, sweetie. Good job, sweetie. We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I told you all. That's part of the miracle.
This early so we can do this.
Okay, moving on to more celebrations. Special project. Jennifer Quinn Yovino, will you come forward and celebrate with us?
Of course I will. Just want to start by saying that the first hour of the third Thursday of the month is the best in this building. Thank you, Dr. Kofer, board president, members of the board. I love my May appointment that I have with you every month, because not only do I get to see all wonderful things that are going on, but I get to share even more celebrations with you. You probably heard the little jingles and the jangles. And we have the opportunity to recognize them here today. They are some of the most, the hardest working, most dedicated, intelligent, and spirited students that we have in Fresno County. As you know, the academic decathlon is one of the most rigorous and prestigious high school competitions, if not the most of its kind. And today we recognize two incredible schools. First, there is University High School, continuing their legacy of excellence under a new coach, Gerardo Escoto. This year's champion at our regional competition, an absolute upset, if I might say myself, because we thought, new coach, you never know. Boom, baby. They won it. And I'm so incredibly proud. And I know that Sean Canfield was proud as well. He was the former coach that, has all the medals and won all the stuff. Anyway, and he's here today as well.
You will hear from Gerardo in just a moment, and it will be immediately followed by the report from our incredible rock star of a coach, Angela Ballou, and her team from Hallmark Academy Charter, because, yeah, they came in second at the regionals, but you know what? They went on to state, they went on to nationals, and they're the national champions. No, there's a lot to celebrate. I will get off the stage now because they have the wonderful details that I don't want to steal from them. So, Gerardo, you up first. Angela, you immediately follow. Come on up.
I'm bringing up a few members of the team.
All right.
This is only 3 out of the 12 members. Some of our members are this is our elective season at UHS, so some of them are traveling and got held up with other electives, so they couldn't make it. But here we have Luigi, we have Madeline, we have Daniel, three of our Team 1 members, so please give them a hand. I want to say a couple of highlights for each one of these students, because again, they are the reason why I am here. They made my job really easy, and a couple of people that I'll thank later. But with Luchi, during the county competition, she was the dean medalist, so that was a great honor. I mean, wow. She was the top 3 in the entire county, so good job. Madeline also Dean's medalist at the state level. She was the highest scoring individual in the state, and then also the national competition online version. She was the highest scoring nationwide.
Wow.
Daniel, he's a freshman at the state competition. They have an award for the highest scoring individual for math and science combined. And as a freshman, he beat out all the seniors and juniors.
Oh my gosh.
And he literally only missed 1 question on the science, got a perfect score on the math. So again, this is why I say my job is made easy with performances like that. Other people that made my job really easy, I'd like to thank the former coach, Sean Campbell. He laid the groundwork, he laid the foundation, and it was easy for me just to step in and just continue doing what he was doing. I didn't change anything. He'd answer my text messages every time I had a question. So thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. Something else I'd like to thank is Hallmark as a whole, but also their coach. Anytime I had a question, she was there. She was willing to scrimmage. She brought her team over to university. We scrimmaged during our Christmas vacation. So that right there shows that she not only cares about her team, but she cares about the sport in general. And so thank you so much. And when I think of her and I think of Hallmark, I think of the saying, iron sharpens iron, because we use them as like our benchmark. We use them as a motivation. And so I think that's why that's what we're able to grow and succeed. And this is why I think you called it an upset, right? Because during the county scrimmage, they beat us by like 3,000 points. During our individual scrimmage, they beat us again. And so once that happened, our team really, as they like to say, locked in hours, and we were able to overcome that gap. And so, but thank you for your help, and I hope to continue the collaboration. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, again, this is very little about me, all about the different people that came before me. So thank you so much.
We'll do it. And now, rock star Angela Ballou. Hallmark.
Lower this.
Sorry, Andrew.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Am I good there? Hi, thank you so much for having Hallmark here today. We appreciate all of you so much, and thank you to my administrative team, both at my school and Dr. Wickman, who's here. We always appreciate all of their support. Let me move this a little bit because that's in my way. And of course, Gerardo beat me to it. We love university as well, and we're always grateful for our friendly competition with them. And matter of fact, when we travel around, we're at state competitions and even national competitions, people always comment on, how we're rivals at home, but we really are friends. And I think that speaks a lot about the type of students who compete in academic decathlon and the kind of coaches who are there as well. And he has done a tremendous job stepping into I don't know even the size of those shoes. My friend Sean Canfield, who was greatly missed this year, but Coach Gerardo, you did a tremendous job this year, and we admire your team very much, always. So my team, I'll just give you the really short version, because you guys know me by now and know I can take way too much of your time, so I'll do my best to keep it very short. I always like to have a takeaway from the year. Like, every team has its own sort of vibe, and we always tell our kids when they're growing up, we tell our students, reach for the stars, set high goals, and they do that. But sometimes it's crazy goals. Sometimes it's so high that you almost want to lean down and say, hey, take it easy. Take it easy. Let's start here. This team from this time last year has talked about nothing except nationals and getting there. And if you know the route to get there, it is extremely challenging. It starts in my county with my friendly rival over there. Getting through university, one of the top in the entire country, is very difficult to do. And then getting to the state. The highest scoring state in the country is like a nationals in itself. And then, of course, going on to nationals, then you're really in that big room, right? But this team from the very beginning last year was like, Baloo, we're going back. I said, can I go with you? So over the year, here's a question they probably can't answer. How many Saturdays did you give up?
All of them.
See, they don't even know that number. How many Monday holidays did you have? Maybe one. Maybe, I think Christmas week we didn't meet, so that says a lot, but they did that willingly. Every single one of them showed up every single time because it was that goal. We had some obstacles this year to overcome, some rule changes that made navigating that path exceptionally difficult, but these kids just locked in on that and said, we're going to play the long game, and when we got to state and won that bid, I remember, and Ken, you don't know this, but when I walked up, when he called us up that we got to go to in-person nationals, my face was a wreck. I know I was crying, and Ken walked over to me and said, are you okay? Do you need something? And I was like, oh, I'm just so, because it was really quite a surprise at that point. And then at nationals, it's a big room. It was very, very, very difficult. Every team in the country, their score went down by like 2,000 points. I mean, it was hard. Turns out we went down by less than some others, right? And sometimes in life, that's all it is, right? Sometimes it's a game of attrition and how much you give away. So they hung in there. But even then, sitting there in nationals, we were looking at each other when they called fourth and third and second. And I remember I looked at Mason. I was like, guys, we sold. We're going to be fifth. I really didn't think we were going to be first, so when they called first, I was absolutely overjoyed. So the year in a nutshell, at the county competition, we won 41 medals and 9 top 10 spots. At the state competition, we had 17 medals. And at the national competition, 15 plus another top scorer. A highlight for us at the county competition was Mason Windorf was a Dean's medalist this year, one of the top 3, as we mentioned before, which is, with the university in the room, that is not easy to get one of those spots. So that was fantastic as well. The last thing I'll say about the team before I just stand up and have them, I want them to stay. There was too many to bring here. I didn't want to cram them here. Something that you can tell a lot about a team. At each competition this year, county, state, and nationals, I had a different high-scoring team member. at each level. So whatever that competition, the flavor of that, the rigor of it, whatever, the music was hard in this one, or essay, they slaughtered us on essay in this one, I had someone able to step up and fill that gap. It's a different one each time. And I hope they carry that through in life and are able to have that spirit of teamwork in all of the areas of their lives. So I'm just going to have them stand up real quick. Just all stand up. They hate this part. You can take it. Real quick, I'm just going to have them say their name and something they're proud of. I always like to do that. We'll start with this one right here. Name and something you're proud of. And he's got a few medals around him.
And before you move on, could you ask them what grade level they're in, where they want to go if they're seniors? Okay.
We're going to ask you to speak up if you can. Use your teacher voice.
Speech medal.
Oh, cool.
My name is Mason. I'm a junior, and what I'm most proud of are my 2 gold art medals because art is one of my favorite subjects.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm a sophomore, and the thing I'm most proud of is this wonderful team. We're just teaching me how things work, even though I didn't get much. Great.
Good job.
And I'm a senior, and next year I'm going to go to UCLA. And the medal that I'm most proud of is probably running MVP at national because it wasn't something that I studied for, it was something that my teammates voted on. And I'm also very proud of forcing my teammates to go to Starbucks instead. Hi, my name is Avery. What I'm most proud of is probably my gold art medal at national. And I'm a junior.
Hi, my name is Ezekiel Elizondo. I'm a junior in high school, and I believe the thing I'm most proud of is me getting up this morning from my bed. I had a pretty crazy dream. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'll spare you guys the details because it was a pretty crazy dream, it was pretty long, and I gotta keep this short. But yeah, I was supposed to say it. The silver speech battle on national.
Proud of the name tag that they gave you for the county and regional competition. For some people, it's just the name tag, but to me, it truly represents the start of a special journey from the regionals to state to winning a national championship. So the name tag really means a lot.
So they're all wonderful, but I want to say, is this even on anymore? Maybe not. One last thing is a legacy of a team is those who come back to help you. And I want my assistant coach, Tricity Flores, to stand up because we absolutely could be nowhere without that one. This team is out. She carried a lot of the heavy load. And all of my families who are here, from ironing suits to cooking meals, I appreciate it. It really is, Hallmark is family. And you're seeing a lot of that here. So thank you so much.
So did each of you want to say?
Go ahead. Yes, we're also at the cake break. We're going to be in the superintendent's conference room. So if you want to talk with them or take photos or whatever, but if you guys have anything to say, go right ahead. I just want to say thank you to all of you so much.
I was just going to ask the UCLA senior, is that, what Yeah, what do you want to major in? Okay, yeah. And the university high, are there two of you seniors? Yeah. One senior, okay, what's?
Madeline.
What are your plans?
Where do you want to go? Oh, really? Good for you. And major in what? Good for you.
That's what he was looking for.
You're Daniel. Yeah, and you're a freshman? And okay, so you've got some time left to work on that one question in science, right? Good for you.
Trustee Robles?
You guys are all awesome. I really hope my son can meet all of you because, I always struggle with, he knows a lot more facts and a lot of random things, and I don't know how to help him and guide him through all the stuff that he's learning at 4 years old. And, really, I mean, right now he's learning how to add negative numbers, and he explains the whole concept, and I'm just like, how am I going to do it to be able to nourish you through school? And I hope he's able to go to a school that can guide him the way that Hallmark has been and University High has been for you guys, because you guys are really showcasing the talent and the education level of those schools. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys again, those that are going to come back next year, I'm sure, with even more medals. So congrats.
Yeah, I thought I was seeing the wrong thing when I saw Mr. Canfield in the back. It's like, I thought he retired, but I know there's a way that some of us never stop supporting the things we're passionate about. And so also at Hallmark, thank you for returning and helping them. I know that that's a big thing of continuing that legacy and seeing that legacy and watching it continue to grow by continuing to support the items that are going on at those schools. Mainly, I want to say thank you to the parents. The kids did a lot of effort, but I think the parents did a lot that a lot of us don't even realize. And maybe the kids don't even realize how much their parents did. So, people tell me, behind you as a successful person is your wife. And I think of it as behind successful students are their parents and their support system that has moved them along. And so be that support system to somebody else. That's the important thing, is coming back to be that support system. And so thank you for all that you guys have done. I know it's countless hours. I think in the back, if you missed one question, I would maybe got the one question right and the 99 wrong. So I know it's a lot of hours of dedication to studying, understanding material, and then I think do you rank like at each level, and then everyone's like different into their space. And so knowing that information for where you're at and being able to quickly recall that is the amazing thing. How you're able to memorize those things and then bring them back up fresh to respond to those items. So thank you very much.
Well, we are full of jewelry and hardware today in the boardroom. When we came in, we heard you jingling. We knew it was excitement. Actually, Hallmark Academy, we've been following you. You have been a hot topic amongst us. We've been following you. And Brian said, Hallmark, they're looking pretty good. They're doing this. I said, what, Mark? What is it? And Hallmark, we've been following you, talking about coming from behind and taking the whole race, national champions. You've accomplished so much and you're so brilliant. I want to see one of these questions. I just want to see one question. I know we're not supposed to share tests and all of that, but I'm just curious to see what the level of the competition consists of. But you're amazing. And university, what a fantastic supportive program that we're able to offer to our students. To this level of caliber and the support of our staff, the support of our parents, and I had cheerleaders. years. And so I understand being a teen mom and being the mom and the parents and the support and all that it takes, all the self-sacrifice that the parents make to make the children great is evident today. And we thank the parents, we thank the boosters, everyone that assists and does what needs to be done to make it a successful gathering of brilliant minds. They're just so impressive. Thank you for all that you do, how you represent us, and continue to be brilliant. Continue to shine bright, go forth, come back. As I always say, bring your talents back here to the county and serve our students, because you are the role models. You know what they go through, what our students go through, the challenges we have every day that we face, and the need of our students. And you are the exemplary, wonderful examples that we need to highlight. And thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today. Thank you.
I'm just going to wrap it up with a few short comments. First off, it's just mind-blowing to me, the caliber of intelligence and brilliance we have in this room of all types. And that doesn't happen individually, and it takes a team. We've talked about the parents. We've talked about the coaches that doing an amazing job. And I'm going to acknowledge Jennifer Quinn-Yovino for helping organize the county events. Because without the county competition, it's that you can't move on, right? And that's a huge labor of love as well as professionalism, and it takes a huge team. And when all of you are out there and people are asking, what's the county superintendent schools office do? This is one amazing example of what the county superintendent's office does.
This is what we do.
Yes. So, the other thing that I want to say is the definition of competition that you two teams have created is so exemplary. I mean, it's not about winning and losing. It's about helping each other rise. You know, and I know, who knows next year who's going to be there. Maybe Bullard will show up. I don't know who's next in line. But I can't imagine the other schools in this county thinking that they're going to unseat either of these two teams. But it would be, you know, great to share the wealth in addition. So thank you, coaches, for teaching our students how to be collegial competitors.
Indeed.
Because that mutual respect is what the world needs. Thank you so much. I can't wait to celebrate. I know you can't wait to celebrate and get out of this room. We're going to take a break. Superintendent, was there anything? Did you
I can't wait to spend time with you in the conference room. So I'll save my comments then. But again, just congratulations to everyone.
Was there anything else that Mr. Vino, you wanted to add?
I'm just excited for Kate.
Okay. It's time for a recess. We will reconvene precisely at 2:49.
Okay.
Thank you. To order again, this is time for community input. The public may address the board pursuant to procedures. No action shall be taken pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.3. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the Fresno County Board of Education per board bylaw 9323. All right. Don't see anyone here to speak for community input, so we'll just continue on to our public hearing. Business services, Mr. Otto.
Yeah, so I'm here with the public hearing. This is an opportunity for the members of the public to ask any questions they have about the budget that will be adopted at the next meeting in June. So I have an abbreviated presentation. It's not as long as the one that's in June, but it gives a good summary of the budget that we are looking at for next fiscal year. If I go, the clicker's working. So the first slide is similar to what we show at interim, and the adoption is the general fund ending balance history. It shows the far right column is what we're projecting for next fiscal year for 26-27. The column immediately to the left is our projected ending balance for the current fiscal year. And the three columns to the left of those are actuals for the three previous fiscal year. Oh no.
Wow.
Whoa. That was really sad. I go.
And he's done.
You guys?
I don't know.
Well, we have it on our screen.
You do have it on your.
But the public doesn't have it. This is a public hearing, so we should get it.
And our deputy superintendent to the rescue. I don't, so that we're good.
Sorry, Joe, this thing's not.
We can balance.
Well, that explains why she didn't cash the check. She's been busy.
Oh no.
She said
Other direction.
business needs. She said she couldn't. I told her, I said, it would be on the day of funds.
We're go back.
Have been.
Actually,
Dr. Lura, is it looking promising or? Okay.
The materials are on the agenda, which are posted on our website.
If you would, okay, so what's the title of that page?
It is the general fund budget.
Okay, so that is slide number 4.
Right. So if you look at this one shows the revenues versus the expenditures. And again, the far right column would be the 26-27 proposed budget. The right next to that on the left is the estimated actuals for the current fiscal year. And then the 3 previous years. Oh, we're back.
There you are.
3 previous years' actual revenues and expenditures. As you can see in both the current fiscal year and the proposed budget, the expense column is higher than the revenue column. That's due to allowing departments to budget full carryover. So that is the case for the current fiscal year and next fiscal year. We get to go with it. Yes. The next pie chart shows the components of the budgeted revenue. As you can see, our revenue split into 4 main categories: local revenue, LCFF, which is a very small portion of our revenue, whereas the school district, this would.
I was going to say, so we've been moving up in revenues. We peaked last year and now we've come down in revenues. And so I just wanted to ask, like, is that very demonstrative of that? We had one-time monies like COVID monies that were being carried over in other like grants and items. And now those monies, we spent one-time money on one-time projects. And so now revenues are tapering off because those aren't being carried over because they were spent.
Part of it is, but I think the bigger picture is that this is our initial budget. We start the year with the budget that we know we're going to receive the funds, receive the grants. As the year progresses, we bring in $30, $40 million in grants throughout the school year, sometimes more. So it ramps up from July 1st for the whole year. Also, what's not in here is if we get a 4-year grant this year and they send us all the money, we budget the full 12 million, then we'll budget the carryover from those grants as we know the ending balance once we close the books. So you'll see that at the first interim. So it's a combination of both things, but I think it's more the fact that we receive more revenue throughout the year due to the grants that we receive, the carryover from the previous years, and those sorts of items.
Have we replenished all of our one-time funds?
For which, I mean, we receive one-time funds all the time. Grants are considered one-time dollars.
During COVID, we had.
Oh, yeah, all the ESSER funds those are all spent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hard to show on a graph if you're going to get a 4-year program money at once in 1 year. And you can't really cut it in 4 slices. You have to put it all on and then amortize it out.
Right. There's actually a one digit in our account code that is the project year, and we utilize that. We use the last number of the fiscal year, so for 24, 25. We receive a grant this year for 12 million. We'll code it as a 5. When the carryover hits next year, it'll go to a 7, and then it'll go to an 8 until the money's all gone to designate the years within that particular account.
So that keeps it separate from.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good. That's what I was bringing up.
And our budget is tremendously broken out. We have so many departments. We receive dollars for our after-school program. They come in mainly 4 or 5 resources, but we have hundreds of departments that identified even more for each school site throughout the county, before school program, after school program, state dollars, federal dollars. So each school could have up to 8 after school budgets that they draw funds from and expend money
8
out.
budgets just for after school.
Per school site because of the different sources of funding.
Right. So I was looking here on the 25, 26 estimated versus actuals. That will probably shift and mirror the 3 years prior by the time the end of the June.
By the time we close the books and the actuals are known.
And so basically we've seen a steady increase, but I don't know if we're going to, now I'm getting my question. Now, how are we going to crystal ball the May revise and juggle that going on?
So the May revise came out last Thursday. There is what they're saying is a super COLA that is going to be 4.31%. I think 2.87 is the base COLA with additional 1.4, whatever the difference is, percent. There's also some additional special education dollars, which is, tremendous for our special education program and our SELPA. I think it's a 43% increase over the January budget.
That's huge.
It is very large. Trina Frazier does an amazing job with that program and runs that area. We're one of the few county offices in the state that still retain a SELPA. I think we're down to 8 or 7, I've heard her say before, because we do such a great job running those programs for those school districts because they're really the school district's kids. They could take those programs back, and if they feel like they could run those better and more efficiently, they could do that. But we do such a great job here that's not the case here in Fresno County.
Okay, but do you think that 4 point whatever COLA, that seems a stretch to me.
I think it's going to materialize because one thing that the governor put in the state budget was 14 weeks of paid pregnancy leave for mothers who are in the TK. I don't know if it's community college, TK-12 area. So it's an opportunity for if you want to have a child and you're a teacher, you can have 14 weeks of paid leave time, which now they don't have that luxury. Does that come with some challenges? Absolutely. I mean, we have a shortage of substitutes now, so you got to figure that if I called my daughter and I said, "Hey, this is great for you. She's going to get married in November. Think about having a child. You should have a baby in March, and then you don't have to go back to work till August, right?" That
you want grandkids. We get it.
Well, it's a good opportunity for mothers who want to, wives who want to have children. And the cost is that you're going to have to find a substitute for that period of time. And it's at the end of the school year. And that's probably not the most ideal time to have a sub in the classroom. You're doing testing. And now I think you can only have a long-term sub for 30 days. We're trying to get it changed to 60 and even to mirror the 14 weeks, so we have an opportunity to have a stable substitute teacher in the classroom if the teacher decides to take advantage of that pregnancy leave.
Okay, but how does that reflect on the COLAs?
Well, they're saying the super COLA, the add-on, the 1.4 whatever percent, that is to cover the cost of that
So that's not a COLA we can pass to everybody. That's the COLA. How's that gonna? They're gonna want.
If you're a late, they're going to say we want more of a raise. It's going to be very interesting to try to come up with a cost as to guesstimate as to what it would be for the 14 weeks for our office and the school districts throughout Fresno County and the state. I don't know who estimated the cost. I don't know the CDE or the LAO's office, but they estimated it to be $200 million. I guess they figured out 2% of the workforce would take advantage. That's a horrible. Would utilize the 14 weeks of paid pregnancy leave, and they put a cost of $200 million. The 1.41%, I think, is around $450 million in extra dollars. So they feel like they've got enough to cover those additional costs that the 14 weeks could. But again, you're not putting a cost on the student that's in the classroom that doesn't have the teacher that they've had for most of the school year. And substitute costs and finding subs is hard to do now. So it's even going to be more difficult for school districts throughout the state.
I'm going to add, I believe the governor's budget also includes an increase in funds for the types of support services that county offices of ed provide to school districts. Am I correct?
The differentiated assistant money?
Right. So even that would raise our projected income. Our projected.
I don't know if it's going to be more money for the DA team. They're changing the name of it to UTA, I think is what they're going to call it. And it's actually going to stabilize the funding. Because now we get money based on the number of districts that fall in and out of DA, and it's kind of a rolling 3-year average. They're going to put it into it's like an LCFF base that you're going to get X amount of dollars. And they're going to change some of the things that we have to do with that money as well. But it's stabilizing those funds, not necessarily an increase in the amount, because they're already spending those dollars and they have been for however many years DA's been in existence. But they're stabilizing, which is great, because then you can your staff's in place, right? In our office, we have one of the best DA teams in the state of California, if not the best. So, and we hear that all the time up and down the state.
All right, we'll let you continue.
No, that's good.
Yes. Let's talk components.
I don't know if I missed it, but how will we be affected with the cuts to Medi-Cal? Because it's projected about $4 billion.
That I don't know.
If I may.
Yeah.
We're working closely, we're partners with Paul Merlin and the County of Fresno, and HR 1 is supposed to affect 1 in 2 of the citizens of Fresno County. What we don't know yet is what that means for our schools. So we are giving a lot of thought to what we do provide of services, for example, mobile health services that we provide at schools, food pantries, which we don't organize, but we help come alongside and maybe broker relationships with the food bank. Those are the types of things we have on our radar, but we have nothing specific to offer yet about how that's going to affect our students. Good question, though. Thank you for being concerned about it.
Keep in mind, this is the May revise. It could change between now and June. Depends on the negotiations that continue between the legislature and the governor. And once it reaches the governor's desk, he could also veto something line by line. So
it looks like we're letting the reserve slide a little.
Yeah, and there's
700.
Yeah. Okay, I'll continue. So back to the chart on the screen, the revenue. What I was about to say was, LCFF school district will be around 70%. Ours is around 25% due to us having more restricted dollars in our local revenue, state, and federal. We go to the next one. It shows the expenditure side, certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, books and supplies, other operating services, capital outlay. As you can see, majority of our budget is salaries and benefits. In a school district, it would be even more higher percentages for a school district. We have a lot of programs where some of the after-school money, we pass it through to the school district. So that comes out of a 5,800 account, and then they pay the salaries. Or we have a contract with teaching fellows to provide those services. That's why the salaries of the school district would be a little
I
bit
haven't
higher.
heard teaching fellows in a long time. I'm glad to hear they're still.
Oh, they still provide a great service to our students throughout the county.
They do.
So we're only at like 48, we're less than 50%. Between benefits and salary.
46, no, we're at almost 70.
70? Certificate, I forgot to add that.
Yeah, don't forget to add those.
Yeah.
For our teachers.
Well, because most school districts are in the middle 80s.
Yeah, I would say so. Probably getting back up there. When there was the ESSER dollars in place, they were probably a little lower because it was the one-time money that was.
But I've seen them in the 90s during tough times.
During tough times, 95%. And there is the normal memo behind the slideshow presentation that shows the summary of, the components. A, it's the revenue and expenditures. B shows the revolving cash, targeted programs, the ending fund balances, and then it shows the other funds at FCSS.
Now, when we see this again next month, would you know more hopefully about the May revise and get closer to some of these numbers? Do you think they'll adjust?
No, we won't change the budget from now till June because this is the budget that's presented to the public so that it needs to, once we open for budget revisions July 1st, we will then make those changes to our budget.
That would be would that be in the July's meeting or are you going to do it quarterly?
It would be in the first interim. You would see those adjustments.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, moving on to alternative education. Mr. Hammond, please. Public hearing on local control and accountability plan, also known as LCAP 2627.
196 pages.
That's all.
Okay, good afternoon, Board President Dr. Matsumoto, esteemed Superintendent Gilbert, Executive Cabinet. I'm here to present to you the 26-27 Local Control Accountability Plan public hearing. In accordance with Education Code requirements, this public hearing provides an opportunity for educational partners and community members to review, provide feedback on the proposed 26-27 LCAP. The draft LCAP was developed through educational partner engagement, review of student performance data, and alignment with state and federal priorities. With final adoption scheduled for the June board meeting, we will take a few minutes to go through a summary slideshow explaining some of our highlights. FCSS core community schools includes Allison Morsley School and Violet Hines Education Academy. The LCAP is a 3-year plan outlining goals, actions, services, and expenditures that support positive student outcomes aligned with state priorities. The plan emphasizes transparency, equity, and local decision-making to best meet the needs of our students. The draft LCAP has been completed. Opportunities for public input were provided, and final approval will be brought before the meeting in June. The LCAP includes required components such as the LCFF budget overview for parents, action tables, goals and actions, and increased or improved services. Focus areas include support for English learners, low-income students, students with disabilities, and foster youth. The plan also incorporates technical assistance, dashboard indicators, and state grant funding sources. There are 10 state priorities. They're at the bottom. I won't list them all, but they do include academic achievement, parent involvement, student engagement, school climate, and foster student services. Educational partner feedback highlighted the importance of individualized student support, including technology access and social emotional support. Partners emphasize expanded opportunities for low-income Hispanic and African American students, including CT and dual enrollment pathways. Teachers shared the importance of ongoing professional development and assessment practices, and families appreciated engagement efforts and encouraged continued communication and support for our English learners and
students on IEPs. Some of our highlights, continued investments in the student technology and instructional support systems remain a priority. Staff continue to focus on instructional best practices, curriculum alignment, and student progress monitoring. Family engagement opportunities and community resources continue to expand, especially for low-income families. These opportunities are held twice a month. This year, they were held twice a month for our families at PHEA for both sport and community school families, and they became very successful. Families showing up for the different workshops that we held. Additional emphasis has been placed on strengthening CTE opportunities and behavioral support systems across sites. Key LCAP funding, LCFF funding supports overall instructional programs and school operations. Supplemental concentration funds are used to increase and improve services for English learners, low-income students, and foster youth. And we do have some of that one-time funding sources such as LREG and SSEG support learning recovery, academic enrichment, counseling, and student wellness. We also have our equity multiplier funding that provides additional support for high poverty students through evidence-based strategies focused on improving student outcomes. And our equity multiplier goals are goals 6 and 7. If you've seen the draft of our LCAP. But that is a kind of a quick summary of those 196, I think, pages. Are there any questions or comments?
I have a question. On the first slide, you had their support for families, and basically was families of color, our socioeconomically disadvantaged community. Could you give me a little more insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Thank you.
So our SED population is 100%.
You took the acronym.
Yeah,
That's what I wrote down also.
And it's a very high percentage. It really does, those services and supports speak to almost 100% of the population.
Right.
And so, we do have a lot of those supplemental concentration funds, equity multiplier funds. Those supplemental services are really targeted towards towards that population you're talking about. And it's, we have supplemental supports such as extra ELD at our sites, English language development for our EL students, our SED students. We have tutors in the classroom at both sites. We're looking at expanding those tutoring services, have a lot of small group, one-on-one, one-on-two supports for our students. As I mentioned in a number of our meetings, our students come in at a pretty low reading level at times. Roughly 60% of our population are below grade level. Far below grade level. And so
About a third grade reading level.
Yeah, roughly. And
There's
so
the librarian of 20 years.
Right,
Yes.
right,
And it hasn't changed.
but the identification process is there. We identify them very, very soon, and we put those supports in place. We have intervention teachers that are written into the LCAP at both sites, written into our federal funding plan, our school plan for student achievements at both sites. And so really, and that's, talking about supplemental services, we're talking about CTE support, dual enrollment, all those different supports are available for really 100% of our population at those.
Thank you.
What are the primary changes in this plan from last year's plan?
So this is the third year of the 3-year plan. And so there's not, the plan looks roughly the same every year. We do have some additional actions, though, that we've added, especially in our equity multiplier, goals 6 and 7. Goal 6 is PHEA goal. Goal 7 is a Worsley goal. And we are planning to really build a PBIS incentive-based space for our students, especially at Worsley, kind of a classroom, like an incentive classroom for students that meet the expectation in attendance and grades and assessments, where they'll be able to go and And maybe it's taking a little bit of time after school to get on some gaming consoles or listen to music, do some kind of different extracurricular activities, and just to kind of incentivize them, especially at Worsley where they don't have a ton of opportunities to do kind of the normal young adult, teenager things on a regular basis. And so really trying to push our PBIS programs at both schools to drive that positive culture at both schools. We have a
What was the acronym PBIS? What is that?
Positive behavior intervention systems. And so it's a program that both of our school sites
Give it to us again, P what?
PBIS, positive behavior intervention system.
Thank you.
And so it's really, we've taken that on. PBIS is kind of it's been around for a while, but we're kind of reigniting it at our sites in the last 2 years. We have PBIS teams that come together and really structure behavior intervention. They structure expectations and incentivize for our students. We also are adding we're looking into contracting an aviation program for our students at VHEA. And we've looked at some supports and services that Fresno Unified is involved in through Chandler Airport and getting our students from VHEA off campus to visit the airport and do some different builds, learn about aviation, and hopefully get interested in that. And really the CTE mindset is we're trying to expand that mindset to give our students more opportunities. But to mention the LCAP, the third year of the LCAP, the main goals and actions are still there, and where our metrics guide our decisions on whether or not we want to tweak them a little bit or add some supportive services within the goals and actions. But for the most part, we're pretty convinced that the goals and actions that we have in place are moving those metrics that we have for each goal and action in a good way. And so those are just a couple of the things that we've added in this third year.
Thanks. I love hearing about the aviation program. I'm curious whether or not there'd be an opportunity or a need to try to collaborate with the Farber Center's warehousing or logistics program. I mean, it would seem to me that that might be an area that some of our kids could benefit from if there's an opportunity for collaboration.
And then I wanted just to add and check in on our forestry pathway that we have going. If you could just give us a little update.
Yes, we do have, I believe there's 2 students in that program right now. And it's going strong. It's, it's just kind of got off the ground in the last year and a half or so. So it's more of a Fresno County program, but it's our students that are involved in it. So we're kind of pushing that envelope a little bit. We've also collaborated just recently with CAL FIRE, and they have some interest in coming onto our campuses to talk to our students, to kind of maybe even look at that dual enrollment process with them, and get some students interested in firefighting.
Yes, they reached out at the spaghetti luncheon and I sent them your way, okay?
I got her part.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Robles? Trustee Burton?
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everything you do for our students. We appreciate you. Positive behavior intervention.
Okay, we're public hearing, there we go. Okay. Moving on to reports and information and discussion. Business services, Mr. Otto, quarterly fixed asset report.
Thank you, President Masamoto. Yeah, I'm here to report the sale and disposal of books, equipment, and supplies. This is a quarterly item that I bring to you every quarter. That sounded weird. As you can see, the list includes mostly laptops and/or computers. There's some furniture items on there, and it's getting smaller, which is good.
Indeed, it is.
Yeah, first one we bought was probably 4 pages. So, yeah, there's the information.
Great job.
All right, any questions? Thank you. Moving on, Superintendent Cofer, board project proposals.
Yes, just a reminder that in this May meeting, we recommend that you look at all submitted written project proposals and then entertain a consideration. This is a good opportunity to discuss and, provide questions and answers. And then we'll bring this back as an action item for next month.
Right now? So if you'll refer to your packet, you've got several board project proposals plus one, right? This was an added one that came in today. So if you'll start with your packet, there are 4 proposals there. The first one is Delray Elementary Pee-wee Ivy League project. That's one I submitted. This is the Ivy League project is a project that Mr. Matas has worked on for, I want to say, 30 years.
You know what, it might even be 35 years.
It might be, but and he focuses on first generation, particularly rural students, helping expose them to college expectations, expose their parents, and ultimately taking high school students to visit. I think they just last couple weeks ago visited 8 or 9 of the Ivy League's colleges. This project is for exposing elementary kids at Delray Elementary. We know that kids that are promising, if they're not exposed and their parents not exposed at an early age, the likeliness of them getting into pursuing a college education is limited. So the proposal is listed here for $5,000, and I'm just mentioning it because that's the one that I submitted. So any questions on that?
How many students is it for?
It's actually a small cohort. Delray Elementary is a small school. There will be focusing on 25 kids and their parents. So, it's not just the kids. I witnessed a similar session that he had with the kids recently. It's really encouraging, all sorts of things from social skills, learning how to shake hands with people, look people in the eye, to concrete discussions about what college is about, what college is like, what's it take. He has parent sessions to talk about financial assistance and all of that. This proposal is focusing specifically on Delray Elementary. Yes, it is my community, and no, I do not have any kids in that school. Nor grandkids at this point. So, any other questions on that one? So, Kimberly, you submitted the Freedom School.
Actually, I have 2 that were submitted. So, yes, ma'am, I shall. I am on task with number 2. That is coming from the Fresno Freedom School Summer Program and Community Library Revitalization Initiative. They are asking for $5,000. The Fresno Freedom School Summer Program and Community Library Revitalization Initiative is a community-based youth empowerment program designed to provide safe, educational, and culturally enriched programming for historical marginalized youth in Fresno County. This project will directly service 70 Fresno County students through summer and after-school programming focused on academic enrichment, urban agriculture, nutrition, mentorship, entrepreneurship, and life skills development. And they are asking for $5,000 for their summer school program and to bring life back to their library.
So these are county students, right?
Mm-hmm. This is Southwest Fresno.
In Southwest Fresno.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Okay. Then the next one, Kimberly, Empowerment Fellowship Program.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, that's you. I'm sorry.
Then I'll come back around.
Sorry.
We have the next
Trustee
2.
Robles.
No worries,
I
no worries.
apologize. I was thinking you had.
I do.
Right.
I'm in order.
Here we go.
So the 2 that I have, are actually new programs, and very much, the organization is the Education and Leadership Foundation. It's an organization that's very near and dear to me, because that was actually the organization that I started with when I was a Fresno State student, that supported a lot of DACA recipient and undocumented students that were pursuing higher education at Fresno State. And it allowed a lot of students to be able to provide tutoring services in throughout Fresno County. And this is one of the programs that they're doing, that is their Empowerment Fellowship Program. That's a cohort of 30 college students that participate in doing a series of hours, volunteer hours with nonprofits, schools, and CBOs that they have to do some volunteer hours with them. They're also required to do 3 writing assignments and attend 3 professional workshops in order to graduate from this cohort. And I mean, for me, it's very much about how we really support our students that will later become like our teachers and, you know, the professionals that are going to be supporting our students, and what the intent is for them to do with the $5,000 that they're asking for is to be able to provide some small scholarships in support of the 30 graduating students of that cohort to help with their college goals. And this program is intended to run from July 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. And they're planning an award dinner in August 2026, which is when I assume they would be doing a presentation of the scholarships if awarded. And this, I know this organization very well. They have been around for a long time, and they do a lot of great work throughout Fresno County in various different areas of support. So that is one of the programs. And
before going on, it looks like that the information was cut off.
So
is there a way to get, I don't know if it's yours or hers?
I couldn't get it to open.
So when I open it on my phone, it shows everything.
Good.
I was able to read the email I sent you. I opened the form and it shows me all the writing. So I don't know why it doesn't print, but it's the form that we are asking them to submit.
Sure, but I guess my question is there a way that we can get the complete information, at least emailed to us, so that we can read it all? Emailed prior to
Maybe can we get a template that allows for, that's not a PDF?
It's what you need, is it to wrap?
I think it's not the same. So I mean, I'm just
asking, because if I scroll right, I can see it, but I can't pull it when I try to extract it.
I think when we send it to them, if we send it to them in a Word document, they can just input the writing, because right now I think it's sent as a PDF.
Yeah, and the PDF does let you input.
Well, it lets you input, but then you can't read it. So
it's just the word wrap.
We'll work on that. Yeah. Try to facilitate it. So I was able, that's where I got that's why I'm like doing the presentation. I was able to read it off of my phone. And then the second one is the Environmental Awareness through Recycling Program, also through the Education and Leadership Foundation. This program is fairly new as well. What the intent is to bring public awareness activities for children and families throughout the county. The objective is to target underserved communities, including non-English speakers, low-income immigrant communities, who may not have the comprehensive knowledge to like really be aware of the benefits of how they can recycle and how that helps their community. And so what the goal is to be able to provide a safe space where they can kind of come together, learn more about the ways they can recycle and how that may look in each of their communities. And then at the same time, because ELF provides other services like tutoring, educational services, immigration services, fellowship programs, that would also be an opportunity for them to get access to some of those services at those events. And the goal is to reach about 200 students and families between July 1st of this year through July 30th of next year. So obviously this is to augment the already seeking funds that they want to get. The more funding they can get, obviously the higher the reach they can have. But those are
So the funds are to be used for staffing and activities, or
mostly
what
for
the
like
funds
activities
be?
because they plan on having like activities, food, drinks, things that like to just attract people to come. From what I know, they're going to be held at their space. They have a location here in Fresno, and they would be inviting various families to come. And so it really would support the activities and then also the refreshments that they would provide to them.
Any other clarifying questions?
I have a quick question. On your fellowship program, would you be able to go in August for that presentation?
I would love to.
Okay.
So if you were to pick between the two, which would be your preference? Trustee?
I don't know that I would pick the two, but what I would say.
Which one would you pick?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that budget? Is it 10 or 20?
It's 20. We have one more. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a pick.
Yeah.
Picking one of your kids.
Okay, so point of order, a previous clarification point. And she was actually with us today. Open conversation? Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. One of our top 3 awardees that was here with us in chamber was actually one of our project recipients last year for $3,800 for her student project, which was Turning the Page Fresno. Well, for one of the reasons we see why she may have been so busy and unable to complete her project is because she came in third with Hallmark. But she was with us today. We tried to reach her several times in regards to cashing the check in an appropriate amount of time. That time has come and passed. And today was actually the first time we had any contact with her. So those funds have been returned back into the pot and are able to be utilized for us to allocate out into our fund.
The funds are back at the county office, yes.
Back at the county, but now we are only budgeted at 20,000. So a fund being returned does not constitute a change in the allocation.
So if we allocated her $3,800 and she didn't cash the check, the funds do not come back into our budget?
Not into the allocation, they're just returned funds back to general fund. Otherwise, we'd have to have a budget revision of the board project.
Which could be discussed.
Yeah, we want our money back, so we.
No, not that. That's what about a budget revision.
So there's like
Yeah.
It's the difference in allocation and expense. So our allocation is limited at 20,000. And if we don't incur the expense and the fiscal year passes, the money is just unspent and returns to the general.
But we're in budget revision right now. And so if you're gonna do a budget from 20,000 to 30,000, or 20 to 25, now would be the time to do it. And then we can vote on it next month, is what I'm getting at. But we have to find out whether we can afford it or not. So that's why I would just suggest that would be something we could look at and let Mr. Otto chew on it, see where you can.
It's why we were having the conversation.
That's right.
Yeah.
But we're never gonna do the 3,800. They would have to do it. Because we got an extra proposal. Get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we don't have to pick out one of the children to.
Right. I'm trying to recoup our funds.
Well, that's appreciated, but we still have to allocate it.
Yes.
Separately if we're gonna do it.
Yes.
Well,
So that's the question on the floor.
well, that's a request.
I think we need to have a discussion with the superintendent,
Right,
maybe the board president, vice president. We can have that discussion. And, I don't think this has ever happened before. So this is
Yes, the first time it's ever happened.
Well, yeah, right.
That we
Even
know.
before you were a board member, I don't think it has ever happened before that somebody didn't cash the check and utilize those funds.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We're setting a precedence that we probably should have a discussion about before we set that precedent. That's my opinion.
Okay. And then, Madam President and I have had a little conversation about even putting a little more guidelines that first time we've had a proposal from a student that we should put guidelines in, maybe if a student does put another proposal for it, they need to have an adult mentor or advisor attached to the proposal for oversight and guidance or whatever, to put some more parameters in there. We even talked about maybe a contract, because we don't have a contract.
Yeah, but how legal is that? That's a good question.
Yes, that's
with the minor.
Yeah.
Well,
needless to say, that's a different issue.
I don't know if we need to make tremendous amounts of change, like it happened one time in 20, 25 years. So I don't, now if it becomes a pattern, then maybe we look at, talk to Jason, our legal department, see if there's anything that we can do. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we can change the whole system for one situation.
If you'll notice on our application form, we have that the name of the entity or the organization must be a nonprofit. So I don't know if the young lady was
with the name of the entity or something. It's kind of what we heard as far as catching the check. The check was never cashed and the funds were returned. Okay, so shall we table that?
Well, what I was thinking, if we're gonna do an allocation, that doesn't mean we have to spend it. But I mean, if we went from 20 to 30,000 in our budget that came before us and we voted on it, and we decided, well, maybe, I'm just hypothetical, maybe the last one was asking for 10,000, but we only did 5. That doesn't mean we have to spend 30,000, it just means that's our max. And so, we were at 10,000 for a long time, then we bounced it to 20. So it's a matter of budgeting, and if we're gonna do it, now's the time to do it, is what I'm saying. If we're gonna consider it, now's fair enough?
Fair, indeed.
Okay, so that could be rolled to our June agenda as an action item. Okay, so will you tell us about the?
Yes, and then the other project that came in, I actually saw them do a GoFundMe today, and they got their proposal in, and thank you, Madam Secretary. You're the bestesses in the whole wide world. You take care of us so well, and you're so efficient, and I appreciate you, and Dr. Lear as well. Thank you so much, and Superintendent, and all the staff. You all are fantastic. Board as well. This has come in from our Sweet Potato Project. They have a collaboration with Fresno State. The goal of the organization is to empower families and students to become successful, self-sufficient, engaging members of the community by connecting them with educational resources, mentorship, leadership opportunities, and supportive services through collaborative partnerships and culturally responsive programming. WFFRC seeks to reduce barriers to success and inspire the next generation of leaders in Fresno County. This program will impact 40 Fresno County students. We're seeing how much money is available for funding. They are going to be doing a collaboration with Fresno State and, student dormitory accommodation, transportation to and from Fresno State, meals, dining, educational, recreational activity fees, program supplies, student materials, chaperone supervision, so on and so forth is listed. And they are solid in the community. They are in need of funds. Their program is on the verge of collapsing, and they have reached out this morning and asking for help. Thank you.
Questions, comments on that proposal?
And I thought that other funding would be able to roll in and we would have some extra funding to be able to work with, but it's tabled for now. But I did want you all to know what is happening with that project.
If I recall, I think we did fund the Sweet Potato Project.
Yes.
Either the first or second year that we were on the board.
You did.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that we have any restrictions about.
I don't know how
the same organization
might be able to.
I'm concerned that they're about ready to tank.
Yeah, that's what's scary.
Yeah. So, we can discuss it when we do our final decision.
Indeed. Thank you.
Okay, great to have projects. I'm just going to voice a little frustration that a lot of them came in after the projected deadline. We've got a whole year to work on this. Encourage people to reach out earlier if you can.
But then also sometimes we don't know what the need is until it starts coming in and, like this morning, it came in this morning.
Sure, understood.
Well, that can be one of our criteria for a decision next month.
The need?
No, time limits.
Oh.
Yeah.
That has merit.
As we say before.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion about board project? Superintendent, anything you want to add?
Does that mean for the next one, it'll just be these that'll be discussed? No more will be.
Well, our deadline was May 1st. We did accept 4 other.
I'm just asking for the next.
Yeah.
That's it. If the next one, if this is it, this is where we're gonna be, and no one else is gonna bring a new one to evaluate.
I think that's the
If
gist.
it's my choice, I'd say no, we will not accept any other proposals. I assume we have one proposal for.
And even if when we go forward, we're not committing next month that we're even gonna consider this late.
And one thing
Because
I ask, because I'm like thinking if we wanted to have like the people asking for it to come and maybe speak or something, if that was, I don't want to not have it on the agenda, or there's like a lot more and there's less likely to just have to for it.
We've done it in the past, have them come and verbally present. But
What's the board's thought about having people come? Because my personal opinion is it's a board project and that we're the ones doing the pitch.
And that's fine. I think more so if you tell me it'll be these 5, okay, I don't feel the need that anyone needs to come and provide additional insight on their program. But if it's going to be more competitive than the 5, then I might say, well, come and do your pitch because you know your program better than I would.
Does anybody feel that we should accept any further applications?
I feel absolutely not.
No, it's late.
I'm even questioning the one we took.
I know. Yeah.
But we'll see.
No, we will not be receiving any other applications for this go-round.
We really look for additional bump to financially.
And we'll look forward to receiving your 2 with the full narrative included. But I agree that the form is hard to work with. At least I found it hard to work with. For some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's my computer. Great, okay, where are we now?
First reserve. Are we on Forest Reserve?
There we are. We're on action item J. Business services, consider approval of apportionment of 25-26 Forest Reserve.
Thank you, President Masamoto. Like you just mentioned, consider approval of the distribution of forest reserve receipts for 25-26. You have a summary of the money that was received, the basis for the distribution, and how much would be going to each school district with the county superintendent of schools retaining approximately $52,500. I will defer all questions to the resident expert, Member Clyde.
Me?
Yeah.
I do have something fun to report on this.
See, I knew you'd have some input in this topic.
Part of this, we get X amount of dollars and we don't see the other money. And the other money is like 15% out there, and 7.5% of it goes to the county, and they usually use it on roads. And the other 7.5% goes back, is supposed to be used on projects that benefit the forest and the people who use it. And then that is set up, how do they determine that is a committee is created. And this, last year we put together, since COVID, nobody met and all those committees turned out. So then they went back, I pushed it, I said, we got to get this count because I found out they had over $500,000 stacking up within the forest. And so then it took almost 2 years to get this committee back on, and we just got Secretary of Agriculture just signed it off like 5 days ago. And so we can schedule a meeting and spend the money, and I'm calling, I've had the chairman and that's on the Forest Service person to find out exactly what the dollar count is. And since we just had a new dispersal, sometimes that doesn't always reflect right away, but whatever it is, we'll take. And it's going to be about $750,000 to disperse out. And then we meet and and Nathan's on it, Matt's saying, and Indart and different people are on that committee. And then, anyway, we disperse the money out and we can get it all done in an hour.
Nice.
We can spend $750,000 like that.
I bet.
And so, and it's all youth involved in this program, or youth in the trails, or four-wheel drive clubs clearing, just stuff like that. Tree planting. So it's fun stuff. And has this ticked up a little bit?
No, actually, I think
It's gone down a tad? Yeah, okay. Every year it's been going down a
a
couple
little bit,
percent.
yeah. Not much, but
Yeah, and these are, it's, Save Our Rural Schools Act, and it has to be redone every 2 years by Congress. And so they've been doing it. I didn't think they'd do it this year, but they did.
I'm glad they are. Is it gone down because of ADA or gone down because of the amount, the apportionment is
the
for
second
ADA?
part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of the apportionment from
We divvy it up based on a historical percentage, and then, the mountainous schools, Big Creek, Pine Ridge, and Sierra, it's split up based on P2 ADA, so.
Well, it's also allocated by acreage. How much forest do you have?
How much total comes in is based
Right,
on.
total comes in is based on acreage. And then, but we combine Madera and Fresno County because 2/3 of the Sierra National Forest is in Fresno County and 1/3 is in Madera County. So we combined our committees, see, because we're dealing with the same forest, U.S. Forest Service, Sierra National Forest, so it only makes sense. And so anyway, that's how that worked. And then when we divvy up the money, it's 2/3 Fresno County, 1/3 Madera. That's
And next month, I'll bring you the little bit of Tulare County money that
Right.
one of the school districts in Fresno County gets.
which isn't going to be much by the time it wiggles down. They probably don't even, they have Sequoia National Forest, so they might.
But you as a body have to.
No,
approve that.
that's right.
Yes.
But it's interesting is that when they rebooted all this, only 25% of the counties in the West instituted these regional advisory committees. So all those people are losing, 75% of the qualified people are losing out on that money. That money's all going right back to the general fund. And,
Told you he was a resident expert on the forest.
I'm chairman of the committee, too.
Next time I'm going to say chairman of the committee.
Okay, so here's.
It's a fun thing.
Chairman of the. So, chairman of the committee, is there a motion? Is there a second? Second. Motion by Clyde, second by Tapscott Munson. Roll call, please.
President Matsumoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Clyde?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
By the way, do you know how this all got started?
Here we go.
Do you know how this all got started? I get it. It all got started because of the spotted owl.
Oh.
And the spotted owl came in and shut down
It was in
the
danger.
logging company. And then that's tax revenue taken away from schools. And like Alpine County had 94% of its budget whacked. And so this was what saves those small little school districts because their mills shut down. And so their tax base is gone. And this is what this is for. It was supposed to be for like a 5-year deal, but it's been going for 30.
In fact, I worked for Sequoia Forest Industries for 5 years while I was in college. Yep.
Yeah.
Between dives and everything. I remember the spotted owl.
Yeah. And that's where all this came from.
Amazing stuff. History.
Enough of our trivia. Hey, it should be on
History
that.
lesson.
It should be on the defense line.
There you go. Okay. Moving on to legal services. Mr. Parkin, consider ratification of issuance and cancellation of temporary certificates.
Before the board, ratification is a list of the issuances and cancellations of temporary certificates, February 1 through April 30, 2026.
Any questions? Done this many times. We trust our HR department, legal department.
Well, the local.
Do we have any layouts?
Don't they weigh in on this? The local school district? Or is it just this for our?
Do we have any layouts?
No,
We can't.
This is for the county board
Right.
to issue those certificates, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they're employed by their local district.
Right.
But we oversee it. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion by Burton, second by Clyde. Call, please.
President Matsumoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Clyde? Member Robles?
Yes.
Motion carries. Next item is also Mr. Parkin. Consider adoption of Resolution 2619, matter of calling Fresno County Board of Education election.
Yes, this is a resolution that formally orders the election for the County Board Trustee Areas 1 and 4 for this upcoming November election.
It's happening. Well, unless this board doesn't call for the election.
Well,
All right, are there questions?
that would be I.
I, for some reason, thought I had 4 counties. Now I see on this list I have 5 counties that overlap with my area. Is that crazy or what? Anyhow. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Clyde, second by Burton. Roll call, please.
President Masumoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott-Munson?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Clyde?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Motion carries. Next item is one that I submitted. Consider adoption of Resolution 2620 in matter of calling on the state of California to develop a coherent state-focused plan for supporting local schools and closing the achievement gap. You've probably received numerous emails from CSBA on this. There are 4 pieces of legislation that have been going through. One's on the assembly floor. The other 3 are in appropriations. At least they were as of a couple days ago. Where not only CSBA, but a number of other major statewide organizations, AXA, I think CCA is even involved with this one, and CASBO and some of the others, are urging the state of California to play their role in creating their own metrics and measurements and support systems for LEAs. I mean, it has been that LEAs have been carrying the ball, and we either get our hands slapped or not. And so this resolution is asking us as a board to support the concept of encouraging the State Board of the State Department of Education to do their part to ensure we can close the achievement gap.
It's almost like, why do we need a resolution? Shouldn't they be doing that?
Well, it's taking pressure. I mean,
I get it.
the idea is, you're right,
Yeah.
you're right. Why? But it's been
It's a hot topic by a lot of people.
It's been relatively lax from point of view of many board members across the state that we'd like to put the pressure on Department of Education, State Board of Education, State Superintendent of Schools, those that are responsible from the state level to build support systems and monitoring systems from their end.
Well, I'm 100% for it. It's just interesting that, why do they get?
Right.
I mean, it's everybody's dilemma.
Exactly. And this is a relatively new request, that this board, in the 7 years I've been on this board, we've never addressed this kind of thing, and I don't think anybody, I don't think CSBA has asked for this either, this kind of thing.
Well, I'm for it. I'll make.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Clyde.
I had the question, so I think that there's 4 total bills. 2 of them are just to create committees. And so that's where I kind of wondered, like, are we specifically calling out bills that we're supporting, or are we just generally saying we support them to do? Because it didn't seem like we're specifically supporting.
It's not just the bill. They do have the legislative package. So,
Because I think these were AB 2225, 2514, 2149, and 2022?
2202.
Oh, yeah.
Correct. Right. So this resolution is not specific to those bills. It's kind of broader. And I'm trying to look for the right wording here.
That's what I'm saying. We're have a resolution where we're just saying that the state should establish standards for tracking this statewide. We're not specifically taking a position on any one of the specific assembly bills.
Right, right.
Okay.
It's just it's sending a message to our legislators and our statewide system that we would be looking for greater accountability on behalf of the California Department of Education.
Yeah.
So there's a motion by Clyde. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Robles. Roll call, please.
President Masamoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Clyde?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, we have a closed session. So everyone that's not involved with this item needs to exit the room and tell your ass to come back. Are you ready?
Are we going to CSBA and San Diego?
I'm just going to mention. We're ready to go. Okay, so we're reconvening after closed session. Next item is travel requests. I was just going to remind people if there's any interest.
The policeman's still on that.
CSBA County Conference is going to be held September 25th to 27th at Marina Del Rey Marriott.
Yeah, you're good.
The early rate ends July 9th. I think it's $719, not including, that's for conference registration, not including expenses. CSBA annual conference is December 3rd through 5th in San Diego. I believe early bird is going to be opening around mid-June.
June 1.
June 1st.
Oh, it's coming up.
All right. I will also add that delegate assembly will be occurring December 1st and 2nd in San Diego that I am obligated to go to. My request would be, my travel request is to attend delegate assembly and AEC in San Diego. Since I'm going to be there, my thoughts are, I don't always stay for the conference, but if we're going to pay travel expenses, then, and I have time this year that I can do it, unless others are planning to go to that conference. I mean, I hate to overextend our budget with too many people.
So if you're going to be there, how long are you staying for? Are you staying for the conference?
I would stay for the conference at this time.
So there are two people going?
Is anybody else planning to go to either of those two or wanting to go to either of those two?
I'm thinking about CSBA San Diego. I haven't missed one yet.
The annual conference, the report that I got last week at Delegate Assembly is there were very few
rooms in the hotel.
No, not about rooms at all. Proposals for counties at AEC. Just saying.
Oh.
They have the schedule apparently created for the September event, the county conference, but they're just FYI, there are few proposals, so there's not going to be that many county-specific sessions unless things really change, even though they made their decisions and the window is closed, so. Any?
We knew that was good.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, anyhow, any other travel requests? So we need to make a motion on those. Going?
I did not go last year, so I was planning on going this year.
To which?
To CSBA, to AEC.
Oh, to both of them?
Well, sorry, to December 3rd, 4th, 5th, I think it is. Is that right?
CSBA.
Yeah.
San Diego.
So you two both want to go to that one?
Yes.
Then I'll only go for delegate assembly. I don't think it requires all three of us to pay the full conference fee.
You're there, you need to be there.
Well, I don't have to be there, but I just think 3 out of 5 of us for a conference that there's not that much specific to counties. I think my opinion is that's more than what.
Well, you're going to go to, what about Marina Del Rey?
I'm not going to Marina Del Rey.
So we don't have any representation there? That's county led, isn't it?
It is, but I can't go to that one. So, I mean, anybody else?
When is the Marina Del Rey?
September 25th through 27th.
It's always right in there.
September.
It's like double the fee since since we were in Monterey. But not this last year, the year before. I mean, costs have gone up, but I don't know. Anyhow. And that early bird rate ends July 9th, so need to make a decision if anybody's going to go to that. Would be best to make the decision today as opposed to waiting until next month. Although either of these could wait until next month, but she's looking at me cross-eyed.
So
especially early bird.
I could also go to September 25th through the 27th.
Marina Del Rey, because you're a representative.
No, he's a representative.
I'm representing the other.
BB.
This is the county.
It's the Associated County specific.
That CSBA is
Yeah.
the other organization. So Brian, are you wanting to go to both AEC and the county conference, CSB county conference, or just one of them?
I would go to both.
And I'll just do one. I'll just do San Diego. I won't go to Marina Del Rey. We'll let Brian.
I don't even know where that is.
It's near Los Angeles. It's the most beautiful area with the boats and parrots. It's gorgeous, darling, gorgeous.
That's
the state of what they are.
choose to go to only delegate assembly in San Diego, given 2 other people are going to the full conference. So we need to vote on that, right?
Yes.
So,
Sure. So move. In that respect.
did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Second.
We got
Motion by Clyde and a second by Tapscott Munson to have Burton go to AEC and county conference, Tapscott Munson to go to AEC, and myself.
CSBA.
CSBA, AEC, and myself to go to delegate assembly only in San Diego.
Right.
Okay. Roll call, please.
President Masumoto?
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Clyde?
Yes.
Member Rowles?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Any other travel requests? Is that covered all? Okay, so then we can probably move ahead when everything opens up, right? Ms. Boland?
See.
Well, we're going to talk about that tomorrow to see what we can do because we are at.
Because if you need, like if I need to make the reservation.
It's not that, you'll be paying $1,000. So we're going to have to talk about it.
Okay, you have a conversation about it. That's great. Any travel expenses? Were there any?
And if we can get into the host hotel, that would be great for events and all that. Thank you, darling.
That's okay. Yeah.
No travel expenses this month. And reimbursement is a receipt of correspondence. Any comments by board members? Member Burton, would you like to start?
Sure. Lots of meetings happening. I guess the first is I somehow turned in my actual items to ACCBE, and during their board meeting, I think it was on the 11th, maybe? I think it was the 11th. I was in another country, so the dates are kind of wonky for me. I was appointed to the ACCBE board.
While you were gone.
While I was gone, so.
That'll teach you.
So a few more Zoom meetings. That'll teach me for raising my hand every once in a while.
Thank you.
So being on the legislative committee there too. So ACCBE has a sponsored bill, SB 1082, which if you're not aware with that, that is interdistrict attendance appeals, where it creates deadlines for schools to respond to parents. So it's not just they respond when they feel like it. And if they do not respond, that the interdistrict attendance appeals, the interdistrict transfer is automatically granted because the district failed to respond. So
What's the time frame on that?
it's like 30 days or something, 30 and 30. And I think it also makes it so that both districts can concurrently review the transfer instead of having one review it and then having it to have to transfer to the other. So both of them kind of get them at the same time. It moved out of suspense, went to a third reading on 5/14, and so it's moved through pretty good. It does not have a floor date set yet. AB 2490, substitute teaching credentials moving to 60 days. There's not really opposition to that, so it's moving through pretty well. AB 2768 of particular interest for community colleges. It's for foster kids that it would defer the application fees or anything like that for them until they were actually granted financial aid. Because you can imagine if you're a foster kid, you might not have all the money to file applications and pay for those applications to be reviewed. There has not been any opposition to that.
Thank you.
Well, deferral until you get financial aid. SB 1017 is about foster youth and their access to their educational records, because currently foster youth don't by right have access to their own ed record. Like my son, who's
Because they're minors?
because they're minor, so their parent is who has to be the primary to ask for access to their education. Unless they emancipate. So this would grant foster youth access to their own educational record.
What number was that?
That is SB 1017. AB 1659, that is the juvenile school transition. So when students are moved from the court school to a district, that the district would have to identify a specific transition staff to make sure that the student actually transitioned and actually started coming to school and all their things got done. There are some LEAs that are opposed because it's an additional mandate, probably without funding to it. But, they have district, I'm going to call them attendance staff who, it'd be an additional responsibility to them. So you can kind of understand. Another that choosing to support is SB 956. It's about library cards. You probably didn't know this, but in the state of California, many counties require a parent to be there to obtain a library card. So if you want to read at the library, you got to bring your parent. But there's lots of counties that do not require that, and this would make it statewide that a juvenile is not required to have a parent present with them when they obtain a library card.
Wow.
Several recommendations on other bills. AB 2225. That is 2225, 2514, 2149, and I think 2202. That's the 4-bill package that has been supported by CSBA. So on 2225, the recommendation has been it's about a committee formation. And it's kind of an interesting, majority of the group chose to remain neutral on that. But 2514, which is the report that the committee would recommend, to support that. So 2149 to remain neutral, 2202 to remain neutral. There are AB 2008, which is the limiting state reporting requirements, I think, to consolidate some of those reports into one, to take a position to support. AB 805 is a carryover bill from the last session. It's sort of interesting because it's about CTE apprenticeships and would establish that the Department of Industrial Relations and the Community College Chancellor Board would be an additional layer to certify apprenticeships. Sounded good to everybody until I asked the question of, so if we as ROP regional authorities are currently the ones who are certifying apprenticeships for our high school students, and we're the ones doing that, and now we take that and we move it to an outside entity, and then we don't have a voice, the superintendents don't have a voice, it's just the Department of Industrial Relations and the community college chancellor, is that really good for us? So it kind of doing some more, obviously, yeah, and
Then you have conflict of interest. Yeah.
and sort of, I brought up, we've kind of had an issue on background checks and how extensive were you going to have every single employee in your entire business, whether they had contact with a student or not, go through background checks and fingerprinting. And this kind of takes the Department of Industrial Relations and inserts them in a business one more time. And, so it's, is this just inserting one more regulation on top of the people we're trying to take students for internships? The good portion of this is to create basically a statewide database to track what businesses are supporting these internships for career technical education. I thought, well, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure our Office of Ed tracks that. Like we probably already have a system in place where we track who our internships are with and who the schools are placing their kids. And so I thought it's probably to take the 58 different things and consolidate it into one. And then I had the fear of it's going to be 5 years before this computer system gets designed by the state.
But they can still just ask for it.
Yeah. And so I was like, they could just probably ask us for the information and we would give it. So there was a lot going on there. I think we talked about whatchamacallit, State Board of Education actions, and are we looking at those types of things as board members? The State Board of Education took an action on the State Seal of Civic Engagement. That will now be put on the dashboard. And then the State Board of Education is they're doing a portrait of a graduate or learner. And so there are certain offices of ed and school districts that they're actually going and interviewing students who've graduated, and they're putting these items together on like what is the profile of students in California who are graduating from high school. So nothing that we can kind of say like, hey, we're going to or we're not going to, but maybe things we should be paying attention to is the State Board of Education. Next, the ROP CTE Advisory Board. Whew, that's a long one to say. It was very interesting. New programs coming in. They're not new classes, but new offerings for other schools, such as floral design at Riverdale, medical honors classes in Fowler, an education pathway at Golden Valley that will now be official, culinary arts at Golden Valley, and then video production in Firebaugh. The rest are like due dates for items for CPIG. That's some kind of information for the districts. CTE has an additional $150 million in the trailer. For CTE, one of the questions is if we are already receiving our maximum allocation for CTE, can we actually access the additional money? And so that's what a lot of the CTE, ROP advisory boards are saying is you put an additional $150 million, but we're capped at the amount that we can already access, and you didn't change those caps. So you put money in, but do we actually have a way to access them? So I thought that's what they're asking the state. Like the trailer put money in, but if we're already capped at our allocation, how do you access the additional money that got put in?
Is LA capped?
Yeah, I think everybody.
If LA wasn't, well, then there's your.
They get a lot. So there's a lot going on. I think a program that we supported, what was it? The Educational Youth Corps for the Reading Program. I think that was one of our projects last year.
CTE.
Yeah, for CTE, and that they had 120 students who participated, and they supported over 600 student readers at schools across Fresno County. So that, we support a program, and they are holding discussions about expanding that program because kids are interested in working with younger kids on reading. Lots of things going on. We think teachers all take the summer off, but they have summer series where teachers are already registering for like a pathway on dispatch, because we think we have the dispatch trailer. And so they're already registering for that so they can participate in that. Our automotive program in June is also hosting people for additional trainings on not just automotive, but the business side of auto. So start incorporating, actually running your own business in auto place. And then many other partners, like if you went to the design build, there we go. You would have seen, I think Borga sponsored a team there. And so Borga is looking to become more involved. It was interesting to know that the design build challenge, the 19 teams that participated in actually building, what's the construction industry partner?
Sandy Still West, and that is California Builders Exchange.
The California Builders Exchange has, through their donations and their partners, they have a scholarship that they will be presenting to one member from every single one of the 19 teams. And so that was not something that happened there, but that's something that they now committed to through their partners, because they saw, all those partners saw what was going on there. So there is a student who's been selected for each one of those teams who will receive a scholarship from the Builders Exchange. They're also bringing in new CTE items on video production, AI. That'll happen during the next school year, start some training on that. And so there's lots going on in CTE. So we should be very proud of our schools across Fresno County and Madera County, maybe a little bit of Tulare, who are all within that CTE area, and ROP for how much they're doing, really, and that the staff at the superintendent of schools is expanding the CTE experience to junior high students. Well, they'll be having, I think it's 5 different specific sites for students in junior high that the schools can sign them up for, and they'll actually go next year while they're in junior high to see the industries that they may be interested in, to encourage them to enter CTE pathways. A lot of them are on they're concentrated on the west side, I think, is where the main concentration is of Fresno. So I think it's mostly your district and Dr. Masamoto's areas. But even if a student isn't in those, like one of them is at Madera High, where the students will go. But a student, say, if they were from Sanger, which is not the specific target school, they identified someone, they can still enroll in that and participate. So, kind of exciting of how they're expanding that. Adult ed, I would say, is probably one of the more exciting things too. A few years ago, adult ed for CTE only had about 45 students. Currently, they've got 276 students in CTE program. And that's, pretty big demand, and it's certifications for items like forklift driving and many other things. And so they're looking to expand that even more. So I hope I didn't overwhelm you, because I'm a little overwhelmed with how much it was and trying to remember. Oh, and the scholarships from SenCal Builders Exchange, next page, $750 for the student. So, and my last thing I have written is thanks for the flags. I think the America 250, and we're seeing the city of Fresno, I think in the past week, erected something like 250 flags around the city. So expect to see a lot more flags, I think, in not just our urban cities, but in our rural cities and our rural towns and our rural communities, to really take up and participate in the America 250 celebration. So thanks for the flags. They look great. Dr. Cole.
Yeah. Thank you. Member Burton? Vice President Scott Munson, do you have a report or anything you'd like to comment on?
So I'd like to first of all say I enjoyed my trip to Canby, Oregon. I got to visit my daughter for her birthday and see my grandbabies, and it was wonderful. But I had signed up for the CSBA County Handbook training, but it happened during that time, so they actually sent me an email with a link. So it is on YouTube, and you can watch it. It's about an hour. Fantastic training, one of the best trainings I've seen in a long time. They went over the budget, and they just explained everything so thoroughly and so clearly and so precisely. They had 2 representatives on there that helped my through the process of the 1 hour training. But excellent information. I would advise everyone highly to go on. I'm sure they probably sent you the link. If they did not, let me know and I'll send it. And you can view it for yourself on YouTube. It's fantastic training. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, Member Robles? Thank you.
Nope, I'll yield my time to the superintendent.
And I'll just report that I'm on the CSBA Legislative Committee, addressed 40-some pieces of legislation, most of which are in agreement.
Not reading.
Are in agreement. No, but I will say, Brian, that the CSBA did not support, I can't remember if they opposed or.
They were no, and they switched to neutral on ACCBs.
Yeah, and the reason why, so that's the one about the 30-day window for interdistrict transfers.
Yes.
The argument was the small districts that were in the room
couldn't meet that.
Felt that was not.
Yeah, it's not
doable all the time. And so, but otherwise, I think everything that you reported on are the similar things that we did. I just a bunch of things that happened here this last month that I was able to participate in. First off, multiple budget sessions that were just really informative. I mean, I think it's really important to me to understand what went into the department budgets. We don't do line item edits or anything like that, but we approve the budget. And so for me, it's really helpful to at least every couple years to attend each one of the different sessions, and I appreciated that. I mean, amazing pillar awards that we held within the last month. ROP night was great. The spaghetti luncheon for our court school PTA, the Young Authors Fair, the Science Olympiad. Those are all just really outstanding events, just beautifully orchestrated. And I can't say it enough that this office does so many events, and they're all top notch, like the academic decathlon. I mean, it's all the same. So kudos to all the staff members and the team behind those members that put those events on. So that's my report.
And then I'll just add, I don't have my phone, I left it in the car, but sitting in on the budget meetings, thank you very much, Dr. Lara, you handled those very precisely. The departments came in and reported and everything was fantastic, and it's good. And a nice opportunity to be able to sit across the table with our colleagues and all of our department heads that presented so well and to share their knowledge with us. It was very impressive.
Thank you. You ladies came very well prepared. We really appreciate the challenging and also very welcoming and warming questions that you asked and comments.
Thank you. Thanks. It was a pleasure to be included.
Thank you.
I will add, my delegate assembly for CSBA last weekend was a pretty intense session, a lot of things that required voting on, and kind of feeling for future legislation what priorities were. There were breakout sessions, gaining input from all of the 240 delegates on different topics. Everybody was divided into 8 different groups. Anyhow, it was really informative and, kind of gives me at least a much better understanding of statewide issues. That some things that we deal with, others don't, and vice versa. Just wanted to add that. And Dr. Kofer's team provided me with information for those discussions that I was assigned to. So anyhow, thank you. So moving on, yay. Kofer, please. We're not in a rush, but we'd like to hear from you.
Okay, well, I'm appreciative that our board saw to approve the resolution to develop a plan for supporting closing the achievement gap, because our county office does that better, I think, than many counties across the state of California. And as of right now, we have some year-end assessments in progress and about 2 weeks to go. for the end of the school year. So once again, our graduation rates are up, our test scores are up in every grade level, especially third grade. But I'm particularly proud of certain student groups that have been historically hard to reach that are showing a lot of growth. Again, to the point of closing achievement gaps. The Latinx group, our African American youth, our economically disadvantaged youth, and our foster youth, just to name a few. There's a lot of momentum going in that arena. Just a reminder, we've had 21 California State Distinguished Schools in the last 3 years. And we also had something that kind of snuck up on us, and I hope you caught it. We just had 2 districts recognized out of 11 in the entire state of California for their growth. Again, congratulations to Sanger Unified and to Kings Canyon Unified School Districts for this recognition. Just a reminder, in the state of California, we have 940-ish school districts, and 11 were singled out, and 2 were from Fresno County. So it's really incredible. I'm just really, really proud of the synergy and the work that's happening. And I'm optimistic about continued growth. To the point about the increase in design build and Olympiad, Science Olympiad, we've had about, anecdotally, because we haven't exactly measured yet, but we want to say we have between 10 and 20% growth in our students' participation in all of those events that we offer, which is really exciting because it's them actually applying that book knowledge in their classrooms to the real world experiences. Science Olympiad in particular, designing, a shed and just seeing that they're ready for the world of work and college is very exciting. It's always important to give credit where it's due. So in our office, we do a lot of teacher training, and that is the reason for this kind of success. We're using data to drive instructional decisions. We do a lot of networked improvement communities, and our DA team is indeed outstanding. In our office, due in large part to Dr. Diane Lira and Dr. Corey Greenlaw, we have a very, very strong instructional leadership happening in our office. I like to make sure folks know, though, that we have to give credit to things that mitigate the barriers to our student success. For example, our mental health services, our food pantries, and our mobile health services are examples of almost social services where we roll out to meet kids where they're at, mitigate their barriers to success, and make sure they have every opportunity to learn and grow in their schools. And I'd say that there's an absolute necessary to remain attentive to that focus and not allowing the noise to distract us in this office. There's a lot of it, and really proud of the work that's coming out of our office and in support and service to our school districts. As we get to wrap up this school year, let me tell you, we are busy working. It's been a call for Golden Bell Award applications. We've done 2 things in our office. Number one, we've looked internally to determine which programs we're going to submit an application for. I want to mention them to you now and let you know that next month we'll bring you a little bit more information. It doesn't need to be a lengthy agenda item next month, but we want to make sure you know that we're on it. So we will be lifting up, and I'm really optimistic about our design build event, which is a CTE program, getting some recognition. Our community schools, and specifically the consortium led by our Safe and Healthy Kids, will be submitted as well. We're also really proud of our Fresno County Summer Arts Academy, which is a CNI program, and in participation with expanded learning with regard to that Summer Arts Academy. And then finally, we've had the ERWC, which also lives in our CNI department, which is a college prep English course that's been in place, and we have lots of data to be able to report on that. So those are 4 very, very strong applications that will come out of our office. And I'm particularly proud of the service we provide our school districts. No surprise to you, they're working so hard that they don't always even lift their head up to realize they're doing something so extraordinary for our students, and that their program as well is worthy of recognition. So we put out the call for Golden Bell Awards and the service that we will help, prep for the writing. We'll do some edits. There is a formula for success in winning a Golden Bell Award, and we want to make sure we're of great service to our school districts and being able to be competitive in that arena.
CNI program? What is that?
CNI, curriculum and instruction. Yeah, that's a department office. And with that, the graduation schedule should have been sent to you. And I know that that's a point of great pride for all of us to attend those. So we'll look forward to seeing you there. That's all I have.
Can't wait. Graduation season is upon us. Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions of Superintendent? Okay, future agenda items, I have three things. One is to remind you, I mentioned last month that we're going to have next meeting reports from Special Olympics and Cornerstone Community Care, which were our board projects last year. Trustee Robles, was your program interested in, or were you going to reach out to the program we funded last year that you championed? For
To come do a presentation?
To come and do a presentation,
I can
either
reach
June
out.
or July?
I can reach out. Do you have a preference on which one?
Well, at this point, July, because I think we're gonna have a lot of stuff in June, if that works.
July should work.
So let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, if they can't do July and they wanna do June, let me know. We'll put it on.
Okay.
The other thing is, the budget revision for a board project and discussion of board projects next month, and then Golden Bell applications.
You'll hear about Sky Island North.
And we'll hear about Scout Island, that'll be another.
And Stephen, thank you for queuing up these photos. We hastily gathered up just some photos for a division meeting. We ended up with 200 of them, and when you get a chance to see them, which we'll show off next month, you'll just get to see the breadth and depth of the kinds of things that are happening across our
Awesome.
programs. So
And he's there at all of them, capturing
He is.
the moment, and we love it.
Yeah.
And Scott's Island, what a beautiful Golden Bell Award. Who else has Scott's Island? Has a island to offer programs to the students of their county. I think it's a hidden gem.
Okay, any other future agenda items? All right, next meeting is June 18th, right here, same time. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Clyde, second by Tapscott Munson.
Angela's
not here.
Oh, she's
Jason, will you do the roll call?
Sure. President Masamoto.
Yes.
Vice President Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Clyde.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Motion carries. Meeting's adjourned.